damages are, or on the ground if need be. But I'm also prepared to move up to Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, as we start to see what those impacts are and assess that. And because me being on the ground helps me validate some of the damages more quickly so we can get major declarations in place faster.
Last question.
Thank you. At the start of this year, you rolled out reforms to cut some of the red tape for the individual assistance program. Now that so many people are in the path of this storm, can you give an update on how quickly you expect survivors to be able to tap into that, given those changes that were put in effect more than 6 months ago at this point?
Yeah, we've seen some really tremendous positive impact from the changes that we have made. In fact, one of the changes we made was we decoupled the requirement to apply for an SBA loan in order to be eligible for our programs, and it's really saving people several days in the process, and we're getting a large number of people that wouldn't have come back to us, which is great. We're also seeing people get funding quicker, right? We have serious needs assistance that can get them a very small amount of money to help with some of their immediate costs, but also the individual and households program that can help them with if they're underinsured. And so it really all depends on what their specific need is. The money that they will see the fastest typically is that initial $750. Any damages to their home, we still have to assess and see what those damages are, and then can make that determination. But we have teams that go right out in the field. They can register them in the field, and that really helps to speed up the process.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Administrator.
Karine.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I just wanted to add, the President asked to have the Administrator come to the podium today because of how serious we want to make sure that people out there are taking this. They need to take this very seriously, and also obviously we wanted to lay out our federal response posture so that folks know that we are there for them, and we will obviously be there on the ground as the FEMA administrator just laid out. So please take this very, very seriously and listen to your local officials. Just want to reiterate that once more. I have one more thing. It's a busy day here at the White House. One of the other things that we're going to be doing, as you all know, today the President and the Vice President are announcing new actions to reduce gun violence and save lives. From the American Rescue Plan to the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act to issuing more executive actions to reduce gun violence than any other administration, the President and the Vice President have continued to use every tool available to protect people from the epidemic of gun violence. Homicide rates are down 17% compared to the same time last year. And the number of mass shootings this year is 20% lower, but more must be done. So President Biden is going to sign an executive order to accelerate progress on two key priorities: combating emerging firearms threats and improving school-based active shooter drills. Additionally, federal departments and agencies will be announcing a range of additional actions to reduce gun violence, from promoting safe gun storage and red flag laws to improving the background check system. The Biden-Harris administration will continue to do everything it can to put an end to this senseless violence while calling on Congress to fulfill their duty and pass common sense gun safety legislation. With that, Colleen.
Thanks, Green. Democratic Mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, has been charged with bribery, wire fraud, and seeking campaign funds from a foreign government. Does the president believe he should resign?
I'm not going to comment on any particular ongoing matter. I'm going to let the DOJ speak to this.
Okay, and then two other quick things. Does the president hope that Vice President Kamala Harris, should she be elected president, will she continue the Office of Gun Violence Prevention? Does he hope?
Look, I'm not going to speak for the Vice President or get ahead of ourselves here, but what I will say is, as you know, the Vice President has been a leader on this issue. She leads the Office of Gun Violence and has taken this seriously, not just as a Vice President, but throughout her career, and has been obviously a key partner in all of the actions that this President has done and has taken. So I think it's safe to say that she will continue to lead on making sure that we deal with this epidemic. Gun violence is an epidemic. We need to continue to protect our communities, protect our schools, and so I could assure you that she's going to continue to stay laser focused on this issue.
Okay, one other quick thing. As you know, Ukraine wants to fire long-range weapons into Russia, and some Republicans today backed the idea. I wondered why the White House doesn't share that same assessment.
So I think we can expect that one of the conversations that the two leaders will have would be on this topic. And so, there'll be also a broader discussion on the significant amount of military aid we are providing Ukraine. You saw our announcements this morning, although I'm not expecting there be any new announcements on this particular action or a decision coming out of this meeting. I expect the leaders will discuss the weapons system the president announced, as I just stated. And I do want to take a little bit of a step back here. I want to remind everyone watching the briefing how the United States, how this president has mobilized a massive amount of military equipment and capability to help Ukraine really fight back, push back against Mr. Putin and his aggression. It's been almost 3 years. And this president has been there day one. He has been able to bring more than 50 nations together to support Ukraine in their fight for their democracy. And so that's what you can expect. And the president is very proud of the impact of that support, what it's had, and is proud of that coalition. And so, and certainly you'll see more of that in Germany, as we announced the president's going to be going to Germany. And so I will leave it there and not go any further. Kathleen.
Thanks, Green. Mayor Eric Adams suggests that he's being targeted by the Biden administration over his criticism of the migrant crisis. Now, this is the kind of accusation that's similar to what we've heard from former President Donald Trump. So what is the president's reaction to that kind of language being used from a Democrat?
Look, we have been always very clear. The president was clear even when he was running in 2020 that he was going to make sure that DOJ is independent, and the DOJ is handling this case independently. I'm not going to go beyond that.
And Adams was also at a reception last night with the president at the Met. Did they talk?
I can confirm to you that the president did not see the mayor, and they did not speak.
You just mentioned that obviously you expect the two leaders today to discuss the issue of the use of long-range missiles into Russia. Do you know if the president has any openness to changing his policy stance on that?
Look, I said it's going to be one of a range of topics that they're going to discuss. And let's not forget, the president and both presidents saw each other recently, just yesterday. They've had multiple bilateral engagements. This is a continuation of that, continuation of the support that you have seen from the United States, and obviously what the president has been able to do in the past 2+ years and bringing nations together to continue to give support to Ukraine. What I said is I could expect this to come up as a topic, but I wouldn't expect any new announcements. I'm just not going to go beyond that. You all will see the president momentarily and President Zelenskyy in this pool spray, as you know, in the Oval, and so you'll have an opportunity to hear directly from both of them. I just don't have anything beyond. There's no announcement that I would expect coming out of this. Announcement.
Just separately on this Lebanon ceasefire proposal that was released last night, I'm sure you saw the Prime Minister's office said the news about a ceasefire is incorrect. What is the disconnect here? You know, we had senior U.S. officials saying last night, suggesting really strongly that they expected the two sides to agree to this proposal, and here we are however many hours later, and the Prime Minister's office is saying no.
So a couple of things, as you mentioned, the joint statement last night, you saw that. We and our allies, partners don't believe in an all-out war. That's not the answer here. That's not what we want to see. And that is something that we've been pretty consistent about throughout the past several months. Our joint statement was a clear call. It was a call for a temporary ceasefire to open up space for diplomacy to achieve a deal that allows civilians on both sides of the border to return to their homes safely and securely. And I would add that the statement was indeed coordinated with the Israeli side. There are now discussions ongoing today in New York. Our teams are continuing to have discussions, and so you'll probably hear more later in the day, but those discussions are ongoing.
If it was coordinated with the Israeli side and the expectation last night, as it was shared by senior U.S. officials, was that the two sides would agree to this imminently, why are we hearing from the Prime Minister's office today?
I would have to refer you to the Prime Minister's office. I'm just laying out the facts and what we know and what we want to avoid. We do not believe an all-out war is the answer. And we've been very clear about that. The President's been very clear about that. I just laid out the facts and what we're trying to do. This is a clear call for a temporary ceasefire. We want to provide space. We talk about how diplomacy is the way to move forward. That's what the President believes. I laid out that the statement was indeed coordinated with the Israeli side. I can't speak for them. They will have to speak for themselves. I'm just laying out what we know, how this came together, and what our end goal is, right, is what we want to see.
Do you still expect an agreement to come out imminently?
As I just mentioned, we have our teams who are in New York right now. They're currently having those discussions, currently negotiating or discussing this further in New York, and so I'm sure that we will have more to share later in the day. Okay, Francesca.
Green, the president never had a direct conversation with the Israeli prime minister about this. Do you expect that he'll call him today or that he'll speak with him tomorrow about this?
As you know, they've spoken many times, probably more than a dozen times easily in this past several months, almost a year now, since October 7th. They have decades-long relationship, and so they know each other very well. And when they have discussions, they are very honest and frank. I don't have a conversation to read out, a call to preview at this time. As I stated, and I've said this before, we have said this before, our teams talk pretty regularly, practically on a daily basis. And so that certainly continues as we're talking about this ceasefire, the statement that you saw from the G7 plus our key Middle East partners overnight.
So essentially, he did not feel that he needed to talk directly with the prime minister because his team was talking to.
I mean, their teams talk regularly, as they're doing right now in New York today, and so that is something that will continue to be the case. But they have spoken multiple times. As a conversation between the Prime Minister and the President, I just don't have anything to preview at this time.
On Ukraine, his approval today of the long-range bombs, should we take that as a sign that he is more open to allowing Ukraine to strike deeper into Russian territory?
Look, our policy has not changed. They're going to talk on a range of issues today. What we can say and what we can commit to is that we will continue to support Ukraine as they continue their fight against Mr. Putin's aggression into Ukraine. And so that is our commitment. That's what the President's focused on. I don't have anything else to add. Okay.
On the long-range missile issue, does the White House have a reaction to Putin's comments that would invite a nuclear response?
Here's what. Look, we say this all the time. Mr. Putin can end this war today. He can. He started this war. He started this war, not the Ukrainians. He started this war. It could end today. It could end today if he decides to stop the aggression that he started into Ukraine. And so we've been very clear about that, and we'll continue to do so.
And there's been no change on the administration's policy on NATO membership for Ukraine since the NATO summit?
I don't have anything else to share beyond what we've been pretty clear on as it relates to that.
One more is, was there any reaction to former President Trump's comments that Ukraine's cities are gone, questioning giving more aid to the country while they refuse to make a deal, or this comment that he wants them to win, kind of suggesting that Zelenskyy wants Democrats to win the election?
Look, I'm not going to respond to everything that the former president says, especially since he's a candidate in this election. The president has been very clear to his commitment, not just him, the more than 50 nations that are supporting Ukraine in their efforts to fight for their democracy, to fight against Mr. Putin's aggression. And let's not forget, the president was able to make NATO stronger so that we can be able to continue to do the work that NATO is supposed to do, and an example is what is happening in Ukraine. And so that is his focus. That's going to be continued. What he is going to, you'll see this today in the bilat that he has with President Zelenskyy. You saw that this week at the UN assembly when he met with he saw multiple leaders. Obviously, he was with multiple leaders and had a couple of opportunities, as we read out to all of you, to meet with some of them. And so this is what the president's going to focus on, and that's what I'm going to speak to.
On the Zelenskyy meeting, why is it that President Biden and Vice President Harris are holding these meetings separately? Is it the suggestion that one would say something different than the other and that there might be some dueling diplomacy there?
There's no dueling diplomacy. It's not unusual. The Vice President has met with President Zelenskyy separately many times. Nothing new here.
Okay.
I wouldn't read too much into it.
And then critics have said that Zelenskyy's trip to Pennsylvania was a political stunt. Did the administration communicate at all with Ukraine on who would be attending that trip or make any effort to make it a bipartisan event?
So let me just lay this down because I know that there's been a lot of talk about this. So the Ukrainians asked to visit the facility, which employs American workers, as you know, who are manufacturing critical supplies that the Ukrainian military is using every day on the front lines of freedom. Because of its centrality to their country's continued existence, this came from Ukrainian, not us. This is something that they wanted to do. After they made that request, the OD did what it has done for years, figure out how to provide transportation for foreign leaders traveling on U.S. soil, which is common, which happens when they come to the U.S., and the whole world knows this is someone Putin wants dead. He's made very clear when it comes to President Zelenskyy. Also, just 2 months ago, President Zelenskyy traveled to Utah and held an event with the Republican governor, a very similar event, and Republican officials were there at that event in Utah, and there wasn't a single demand, not one single demand for an investigation when that occurred a couple months ago in Utah. So this was business as usual for a Ukrainian request during wartime. And so we would encourage the House Republicans to drop this. This is a political stunt. They need to drop this. And anything else, I think I gave a lot here, a lot of good layout of how this all occurred, but anything else specific, I would certainly refer you to the DOD.
Just clarifying, though, that the administration didn't, or the campaign, I guess, didn't play a role in determining the guest list because they're claiming that having no Republicans there in a battleground state made it effectively a campaign event.
This is something that Ukrainians asked for. They did this a couple months ago in Utah with a Republican governor, and Republican elected officials were there as well. We didn't hear any type of investigation request when we went to a Republican state. We didn't.
On the gun event today, what kind of gun does the Vice President have, and when did she buy it?
That's something for her office to speak to.
The reason I'm asking is because you have this event today, but the VP, as district attorney, sponsored Proposition H in 2005. It would have banned handguns within San Francisco city limits and required that residents turn in the handguns that they already own by a certain deadline or face mandatory jail time. But she's out on the campaign trail now saying that she's a proud gun owner and is not going to take away your guns. So can the White House get us an answer on that? Because she hasn't, and her campaign officials also haven't answered that question, even on television.
Look, a couple of things here. When it comes to the VP and owning a gun, she can speak for herself. The campaign could speak for that. Her office can speak for that. That's for them to speak to. It is not there is no conflict here when we're saying that we want to see responsible gun ownership. That's what we want to see, responsible gun ownership. I think that is what's important here. At the end of the day, gun violence is an epidemic in our country. Think about our schools, our grocery stores. It's an epidemic. We have done the work. We have seen violent crimes go down because of the work that this president and this vice president has done. There's an office to prevent gun violence, and that is something that she leads. But we're asking for responsible gun ownership. That's what we want to see. That's what's important here. And If people don't understand that, I don't know how to further even explain that to them. Our kids, our schools, there's an epidemic here. There's an epidemic. There are drills happening in our schools right now. That's something that the president's going to speak to. That is traumatizing some of our kids because of this epidemic. And so that should be the focus. How do we make sure that we end this epidemic? We want to see responsible gun ownership. That's what we want to see.
I think the question is not about responsible gun ownership, though. It's about, her past position saying that it's supporting a measure that would have required that non-law enforcement or military residents of a city turn in their handguns, so no gun ownership, or face possible mandatory jail time versus what she's saying now. And then also not answering the question of her gun ownership.
Again, that's something that she's going to have to speak to. What I can speak to this moment and this time, what we've been trying to do for the last 3.5 years is make sure that we are dealing with an epidemic that is existing in our communities, that we see in our schools, that we see in grocery stores. It is an epidemic here. And what we're trying to do is prevent gun violence. And we have seen that go down. We have, because of this work, because of the executive actions, because of a bipartisan legislation that was able to be done under this administration to deal with gun violence, something that we hadn't seen in 30 years. So there is some bipartisan support here to deal with a responsible way of having gun ownership. We need to do more here. We need to do more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. Back on the long-range missiles into Russia, our latest reporting is that President Biden has not changed his position on this, in part because the Pentagon has assessed it would do very little to change the trajectory of the war. So does the president plan to be blunt with Zelenskyy about that assessment today and to give him a yes or no answer, at least as far as it stands today?
So, again, I'm not expecting any new announcements. That is something that I'm going to be clear about. What our focus here is that we are focused on ensuring that Ukraine has what it needs to prevail in this war. That is the president's focus. That's what they're going to continue to discuss about. That's what they're going to, the president's going to continue to support Ukraine on, not just us, the 50+ countries that the president was able to get together to support Ukraine, making NATO stronger. I'm not going to get into any reporting about this. I've been very clear, and you're going to see both presidents momentarily in the bilat. You'll hear directly from the president, and so I'll just leave it there.
Okay, and then following up again on the ceasefire deal in Lebanon, you said that the statement was coordinated with Israel. Are you saying that the U.S. has any reason to believe that despite what we are seeing and despite the public comments, Israel agrees with the U.S.?
What I'm saying is that their discussions continue in New York. I laid out the facts as they are, and wanted to be very clear about that. Let me just read out a couple of things from the joint statement that you all saw from the G7 plus key partners, Middle East partners. The situation between Lebanon and Israel since October 8th, 2023 is intolerable and presents an unacceptable risk of a broader regional escalation. This is in nobody's interest, neither of the people of Israel nor of the people of Lebanon. It is time to conclude a diplomatic settlement that enables civilians on both sides of the border to return to their homes in safety. Diplomacy, however, cannot succeed amid an escalation of this conflict. So we want to see a ceasefire, a 20-day ceasefire. Those discussions continue. It was something that we laid out, right? It was a plan that we laid out. And so we want to certainly see that move forward, and those discussions continue in New York with our teams.
And you've made that abundantly clear. But I guess my question is, Israel is not on the list of countries that came up with the proposal or has agreed to it.
You're right. It's a G7, the G7 plus the key Middle East partners that put forward this this joint statement last night.
So why do you have any reason to believe that they're going to agree to this?
As I stated, and you pointed this out when you asked me your question, Israel was aware of this statement. And now, what I can tell you right now, we are having continued discussions that is happening with our teams in New York. And I'm not going to get into private diplomatic engagement, but I can assure you these conversations are continuing.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on that statement that you read. It refers to the situation as a situation, a conflict, and an escalation. Do we agree at the White House that what we're witnessing between Israel and Lebanon right now is in fact war?
I'm not going to get into semantics from here. What we know and what we are seeing is that this cannot continue, and we want this to end, right? We want a peaceful solution here. I'm just not going to get into
I guess I
semantics
ask
right
because we've heard the president say, as he said multiple times this week, that he wants to avoid a full-scale war, an all-out war. He said it remains a possibility. That's why they're pursuing this diplomatic solution. But I guess just for our understanding of what an all-out war looks like versus what we're witnessing now.
I mean, look, I'm not going to get into, here's what we want to see. We want to see a 21-day ceasefire to give us the space to have that conversation so that we can have a negotiation to end this. That's what we want to see. And so we believe this gives us an opportunity to do this by calling for a 21-day ceasefire, to be more clear. And so it's important. It is intolerable what's happening. It cannot continue for both sides. It cannot continue. And so we're going to do everything in our power. The president has been very clear to get to that point. I think it was important. It was important to see a joint statement from the G7 and key Middle East partners. I think it was important to see that. You see countries coming together and seeing what's happening. The tensions need to stop. We need to get to a ceasefire. And so that is what we're trying to get to here. We're going to continue to have this discussion on getting to that 21-day ceasefire. That's continuing in New York, as you know. UNGA continues, right? Even though we're back here, and so our teams are there. They're having those discussions. They're doing these diplomatic conversations. You hear us talk about it all the time. Diplomatic resolution is key. And that's what we're trying to get to. And that's what I think you can see, the type of movement that you've seen from this president, right? When he was at UNGA having conversations with other leaders. And now we've come to a place where we have put this forward, and this is what we believe. If we see this 21-day ceasefire, it gives us the space. It gives us the space to have that conversation. Okay.
Thank you, Doreen. I'm going to have another go at the ceasefire.
Sure.
So, the White House said that they don't want to see a wider war, and you wanted to see this 21-day ceasefire. But yesterday, a senior administration official described this proposal as a breakthrough. So
A breakthrough.
yeah. So what makes you believe that just the parties is listening to you when they did not listen to you over maybe 10 months, and the White House failed to secure a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas? The party changes now is Israel and Hezbollah as opposed to Israel and Hamas. Mm-hmm. So where do you get this optimism when the president always say we are 2 days away from securing the ceasefire, we're 3 days away, until now you're unable to secure a ceasefire and release U.S. hostages. So where is this optimism coming that both Hezbollah and Israel can listen to the White House?
So here's the thing. As I stated, our teams have been in discussion. The president certainly has been engaging our teams in particular with Israel and Lebanon throughout this week. And based on those conversations, right, we have had with Israel and Lebanon, and we have had with our partners as well, we felt comfortable in releasing this statement because of those ongoing dialogue, that diplomatic conversation, resolution that we're trying to get to, calling for a ceasefire. And it is up to the parties to respond. I mean, it is up to the parties to respond. But we felt comfortable in releasing that statement last night because we have been having those discussions with Lebanon and Israel. But to your point, it is up to the parties to respond. Now, we put out the statement, the joint statement last night. Conversations continue, discussions continue in New York. And so we're going to continue to move that way. But we have to do something, right? We have to continue to act, and diplomacy is the way to deal with what we have been seeing. Right?
Does the White House have leverage over either party so we don't go to a wider war?
We're trying to prevent a wider war. That is what we've been working towards for some time. And we have had these discussions with both Israel, with Lebanon, with our partners, and we felt comfortable enough to release the statement We believe that diplomatic resolution is key here, and we can't stop. We got to continue to try, right? But it is up to our partners to respond. It truly is. But just because we release the statement, it doesn't stop there. It doesn't. So we're going to have diplomatic discussions as it's happening in New York. It doesn't stop from last night releasing this joint statement, and we'll see where we get. We see where we get to.
One last question: the number the people who have been killed in Lebanon is over 600 now, 2,000 wounded. Do you believe that these are legitimate target, including the number of the dead, also women and children? And do you believe that Israel still operate within international law?
Here's what I can say. We want to see the tensions end. We want to see a ceasefire. That is what it is not, it's what we're seeing right now, and this is in our statement, it is intolerable what's going on right now. It cannot continue, and it's not good for either side. It is just not. This is why we're trying to get to a diplomatic solution here. And you mentioned children and women. Nobody wants to see that. We don't want to see that. And so we're trying to get to a diplomatic solution. That's why we called for, we laid out a path, a call for a 21-day ceasefire. And that's why we're continuing to have these diplomatic solutions, right? Diplomatic conversations. We have to do this. We have to. That is the way out of this. And I know we have to wrap pretty soon. Go ahead, Garen.
In response to a criminal complaint filed against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, in a social media post, described Haitians as, quote, gangsters, and Haiti as, quote, the nastiest country in the Western Hemisphere. He has since deleted that post. CBC Chairman Stephen Horsford tried to censure him in the House yesterday. Was blocked by Republicans. But what is the White House's reaction to Higgins' post and the failed effort to hold him accountable?
Look, I'm not going to speak to House actions and how they go about their business. That is for them to decide how they're going to deal with individual congressional members. What I will say more broadly, and we have been very clear from here, the president has been clear, the vice president has been clear. I think what we are seeing right now, what we have heard from national leaders about what is going on in Springfield, Ohio, the baseless lies and conspiracy theories, it's dangerous and it is false. And to go after immigrants in that way, who are there legally, helping a community economically, who are welcomed in that community, and saying these baseless lies, is dangerous. And so what this president and this vice president believes is that we cannot pull apart our communities. They want to bring together our communities. That is what you have been seeing over the last 3.5 years. And conspiracy theories like this are harmful, and we have seen this already, how dangerous this is. How dangerous this is to go after, in this particular instance, Haitian migrants who are welcomed in that community. And it has not just been denounced from us, denounced from the governor of Ohio, denounced by the police department, local police department, the city manager of Springfield. I mean, on and on, by Republicans who have denounced this. And so it's unfortunate that we have national leaders who are playing political stunts and political games. And so that is what we're going to continue to speak to. We are about bringing our communities together, not tearing them apart.
One more question.
Sure.
Death row inmate Marcellus Williams was executed in Missouri on Tuesday despite concerns about evidence and jury selection process in his 1998 case. Despite the St. Louis County prosecutor and the victim's family requesting that he live, Missouri's governor, attorney general, and the Supreme Court ultimately failed to intervene. Considering this and the president's stance against the death penalty, what does he personally think of Williams' execution?
So obviously I can't speak to this case specifically. I can't do that from here, but the president has long talked about his serious concerns about the death penalty as currently implemented and whether it is consistent with the values fundamental to our sense of justice and fairness. He supports the Attorney General's decision to issue a moratorium on federal executions while the Department of Justice conducts a comprehensive review of policies and procedures governing the federal death penalty. And so I'll leave it there. I know I gotta go. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. Just to follow up again on the Lebanon, is the administration meeting at all with Prime Minister Netanyahu while he's in the U.S.?
I don't have any meetings to preview, but I can tell you, as I've said multiple times, our teams in New York are meeting. And so I will just leave it there. And they're in regular conversation as it relates to the Israeli government. Our teams here are in regular conversations on a daily, practically daily basis. And so the teams are in New York having meetings about this particular ceasefire call that we put forward.
You mentioned that the efforts doesn't stop with the announcement last night.
Say that one more time.
You mentioned that the diplomatic efforts
No,
does
it
not
hasn't.
stop.
I mean, it's happening right now in New York. Yes.
My question is, in order to make it different than, the announcement that obviously President Biden was comfortable in announcing a few months ago on the Gaza ceasefire, in order to make that different than the announcement he made last night with other leaders, would he consider conditioning aid to Israel?
I don't have anything else to lay out beyond the statement that you saw from not just us, the G7 leaders, and also key Middle East partners as well. Don't have anything beyond that. We have not changed, obviously, our position on that. We want to have a diplomatic resolution. That is what we have been saying for some time now, and this is one of the ways that we want to move forward on this.
Briefly also on Afghanistan, the Taliban have formally sought to join the upcoming BRICS summit. What is the administration's stance on the Taliban's bid to join BRICS, and how do you assess the geopolitical implications of Taliban's growing ties with China and Russia?
So look, we'll let the Taliban speak for themselves here. We have been very clear that we judge the Taliban by what they do, not by what they say. We've been very consistent about that. The Taliban want international legitimacy to be removed from sanctioned list and foreign financing to restart the Afghan economy. These aspirations require the Taliban to live up to their commitments. At minimum, Afghanistan cannot strengthen its economy unless women are able to participate in all aspects of society without limitations. So we will continue to engage with the Taliban on matters of our interest, for example, on respect for the rights of women and girls and the return of wrongfully detained U.S. Citizens, and that's how we're going to move forward with them. All right, we gotta go. All right, thanks, guys.
Distinguished guests, may I have your attention? Please take your seats. Thank you.
stand on a riser. You're all good.
Yeah, just don't get me cold.
So there's no audio on this. So we gotta walk this.
Distinguished guests, please silence your cell phones. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing on there. There's audio on that. Yeah, but there's nothing on this one. I mean, worst case, yeah, you could have the key over there, put it in.
This box doesn't work.
Jay could give you a feed, I guess.
minutes, Betsy. 2 minutes. Mary Downing. Sir.
That one was real.
I know. Sorry, you dropped.
Eric, Sean, you okay? I'm gonna be here too. Yeah, but I can. No, you're good. Everybody wins. Also trying to make sure I got the what? Oh, yes. Are you one of these funny people? See, I'm here that are. I think the first recording Justice under Trump was FEMA. Oh yeah.
Hey Sam, do you want to wrap your strap around and trying to go the same way?
I'm gonna try to block all.
You're good. Go over.
If I'm successful, I'm gonna block all.
I'm gonna.
Every single one.
That's showbiz, you know. That's showbiz.
Just
Don't
literally
encourage this behavior.
Fire test. Give solid and he'll take a mile. Yep. Just go. I'm just gonna put an elbow out. I'm just gonna go like this. Just.
Like it gets set and everything Sounds great. It's nice and tall.
Keep it a little.
On the way out.
Yeah, you're way in. Way out. You can see it.
I don't have muscle strength for a long period of time.
You guys are really just. It's amazing to see how you made this. I know, I really.
But we're all talking to each other to make sure that we all.
This is teamwork right here.
Just remember, I'm right here.
Everyone's got the shot.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States, Birmingham, Alabama Mayor Randall Woodfin and Sari Kaufman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sari Kaufman. When I was 15, a gunman entered my school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and murdered 17 of my classmates, teachers, and friends. Ever since, I've been fighting against gun violence. And I am so happy that we finally have a president and vice president who are making schools safer. They understand that gun violence and the fear of gun violence impacts every community. School shooting drills are adding to this fear and anxiety. While we must be prepared, we should not be traumatizing students. That is why I am grateful to President Biden and Vice President Harris for not only leading on the issue of gun violence, but showing compassion while they do it. This leadership is something I have seen firsthand. Vice President Harris has comforted survivors across our country. She has walked the halls of my school in Parkland alongside the families of the victims. She has listened to Gen Z leaders and understands how we are feeling. And she leads the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Life's work fighting for the safety of all of our communities. And now it is my honor to introduce the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Extraordinary. You are right. I have been traveling our country for many years, meeting with extraordinary heroes, and you are really an extraordinary leader. And when I look at you, I know the future of our country is bright. Thank you, Sarah. And to all the leaders here, survivors, family members, loved ones, thank you all for the work that you do and the voice that you carry for so many who are not in this room right now, but deserve to be seen, deserve to be known, deserve to be heard. I thank you all for all that you do to sacrifice your time and your hearts to give what you give to so many. And so it is good to be with everyone, including our extraordinary President, Joe Biden. I have the great blessing and fortune to work alongside our president. And wherever we are together, whether the cameras are in the room or not, he cares about the American people. He loves the American people. And he, in his leadership, so much of his leadership is always about fighting for the dignity of all people and understanding the pain that many might experience and what we must do as leaders to alleviate that pain. And I thank you, Mr. President, for all that you are. And to all the members of Congress who are here, all the leaders who are here, I thank you. So before I begin, I will say a few words about Hurricane Helene. So the President and I, of course, are monitoring the case and the situation closely, and we urge everyone who is watching at this very moment to take this storm very seriously, and please follow the guidance of your local officials. And President Biden and I, of course, will continue to work closely with state and local officials to ensure that everyone is safe and to protect communities before, during, and after the storm. So with that, I will turn to the subject at hand. I believe the right to be safe is a civil right. And that the people of America have a right, then, to live, work, worship, and learn without fear of violence. including gun violence. And yet, our nation is experiencing an epidemic of gun violence. I'm telling a bunch of leaders who know. Today, 1 in 5 Americans has a family member that was killed by gun violence. Gun violence is now the #1 cause of the death of children in America. Not car accidents, not cancer, gun violence. The #1 cause of death for the children of America. And this is the result of many, many issues, including mass shootings and school shootings that are too frequently occurring in our nation. And it is, of course, the result of everyday gun violence, which occurs in cities and neighborhoods and towns across our nation. And we know that the prevalence of this violence causes trauma that is far too often undiagnosed and untreated. Which means that the effect of it is from that moment and lingers for a lifetime if we don't take seriously what are the seen and visible and unseen injuries that result from this violence. Over the years, I've held the hands of far too many mothers and fathers to try and comfort them after their child was killed by gun violence. And let us all agree, it does not have to be this way. We know in our possession, we know how to stop these tragedies. And it is a false choice to suggest you are either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I am in favor of the Second Amendment, and I believe we need to reinstate the assault weapons ban. And pass universal background checks, safe storage laws, and red flag laws. When we took office, we promised to take on the crisis of gun violence. And we passed, under the president's leadership, the first major gun safety law in nearly 30 years, a bipartisan law, which includes an historic investment to address the trauma caused by gun violence. We are hiring 14,000 new mental health counselors in public schools across our nation. We need to hire more. But it is the single largest investment in student mental health in history. And for as much as we have accomplished, more must be done. We need more leaders. We need more leaders like the leaders in this room, in Congress, who have the courage to take action, to stand up to the gun lobby, and to put the lives of our children first. Last week I met with a young leader. Her name is Natalie. She is a 15-year-old student at Appalachia High School and a survivor of gun violence. When we met, Natalie was still wearing bandages, and she is extraordinarily brave. And so on behalf of her, on behalf of all the survivors that we have lost, let us continue to fight to end the epidemic of gun violence and to keep our communities and our children safe. And now it is my great honor to introduce a leader and a friend who understands the urgency of this crisis. He is a mayor who knows firsthand what it is like to lose a loved one to gun violence and to see his community shaken by tragedy. A dear friend who is not only a local leader, but a national leader. Please welcome Mayor Randall Woodfin.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, Madam Vice President. As stated, my name is Randall Woodfin. I am honored to serve as mayor of the city of Birmingham, Alabama. I want you all to know that I am not here representing myself. I am here representing the 200,000 residents I serve. Gun violence. Gun violence is what I would say, very personal to me. Because I know the scream of a mother when her child is killed. I know that because I heard it from the voice of my own mother when my brother was killed by gun violence. I know that scream, I heard that scream again this past Saturday as the lives of 4 people were stolen and 17 other victims were shot during a horrific mass shooting in Birmingham. Saving lives. Saving lives should not be partisan. That's right. Saving lives should not be Democrat or a Republican thing. Saving lives, everyone. Saving lives shouldn't even be political. Saving lives is the most American thing we can do together. And so we've been working with our U.S. Attorney, with the Justice Department, to get machine gun conversions like Glock switches off our city streets. But still, my community, and I imagine other communities, are still finding the use of these devices at crime scene after crime scene. And so that is why I'm grateful to our president. That is why I'm so grateful to our vice president as well, who today are taking more action to help people not only in Birmingham, but across our country. Today, we work to loosen the grip that gun violence has on our communities. I know firsthand what it means to have a president who is not only a partner, but a friend to community and cities. The Biden-Harris administration is making historic and transformative investments in our neighborhoods, but most importantly, in our people. Instead of being overlooked, I am happy to stand on this stage and tell you we have a president who not only sees us, but truly believes in us. And that is why it is my honor to introduce President Joe Biden, who has been a true friend to Birmingham, Alabama.
That was very nice of you. Thank you. Lord Woodfin, thank you for your introduction. And quite frankly, for your extraordinary leadership in Birmingham. You know, through your love for your brother, helping ensure that he and all victims of gun violence have not died in vain. May I ask you a question? How many of you in this audience have lost someone in the family to gun violence? I know from experience of other losses that this is bittersweet. We want us to be doing this, but it brings back the very moment it happened, no matter how long since it's occurred. You're here and you remember. Remember the first time you heard My son, my daughter, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister, somebody. You lost. I know the feeling in a different context. And it's heartbreaking. So thank you for the courage to be here. I know the intensity of your feelings. But thank you, because it really does require to relive the moment it occurred. And that's tough. And I don't think people who haven't been through the loss of someone through an accident or through violence fully understands it until it happens. And I hope that doesn't happen to the rest of you in any circumstance. So thank you Sari, for sharing your story. And your classmates, your teachers, your friends in Parkland. You know, an extraordinary courage inspires a nation. And we stand with you, for real. Quite frankly, you inspired me when I met many of you after that tragedy. Before I begin, let me speak to our preparedness, then very briefly for the hurricane. Helena, we're expecting a catastrophic storm. Winds and flooding throughout the southeast, starting in Florida right now. Kamala and I have been briefed and spent many hours with FEMA, including recently. Ambassador Griswold is on the scene tomorrow. I've directed FEMA to work with the state partners to take proactive measures to ensure the communities in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina, and other states have the support and resources they need. That includes improving pre-landfall emergency declaration requests from the governors of Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Alabama. In my direction, more than 1,000 federal personnel have already been deployed to those areas. We have search and rescue teams, medical teams, power restoration teams, generators, water, food on the ground and ready to support families throughout the coming days. But let me say this, everyone needs to take it seriously, extremely seriously. The potential storm surge is well beyond the immediate path of the hurricane, could be significant and deadly. You know, for you and your family's sake, I urge everyone in and near the path of the hurricane to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders and be when told to do so. Remember, 2 years ago, just 2 years ago, 150 people were killed when the surge was only 14 feet. Now the surge is expected to be up to 20 feet. 20 feet. So take this seriously. From the bottom of my heart, please take it seriously, anybody listening to this. And because, anyway, the tendency is to say, I can do this, but you can't. 20-foot storm surge, you can't. Folks, now for the reason we're here today. I want to thank Vice President Harris and members of our cabinet, members of the Congress, including Birmingham's extraordinary Congressman Terry Sewell. Terry, stand up. Stand up. I want to thank Congressman Mike Thompson. Mike, stand up. And a good friend, one of the brightest people I know, Jamie Raskin. Jamie, stand up. And Congressman Maxwell Frost, who started by organizing opposition to gun violence, is now the youngest member of Congress. Even when I was the second youngest senator in history, I never had that much hair. And Representative Lucy Macbeth, whose son Jordan was killed by guns. Thanks, Lucy. Thanks for being here. I know events like this are difficult. Look, folks, I want to thank you for the courage, and I also want to thank the chiefs of police and sheriffs, to all the advocates and allies, and especially to the survivors and families, many of whom I've met with. Jill and I have gotten to know some of you very well over the years. Thank you for being here. With absolute courage, you've turned your pain into purpose. That's what it's all about, turning your pain into purpose. Your loss into determination, your anger into commitment, and the power of a movement of saving lives. That's okay. Babies rule in my house. Don't worry about it. This past Monday, the FBI released data showing how crime is down in America. The year before we came to the presidency, we saw the biggest increase in murder rates on record. Last year, we saw the largest decrease in murder rates nationwide. Thanks to guys like you wearing those uniforms. The homicide rate in 2023 was 16% below the year before we became president and vice president. In the first half of 2024, in large cities across the country, homicide rate dropped another 17%. Last year, we also saw the lowest rates of all violent crime in more than 50 years. Murder, rape, aggravated assault, robbery all dropped along with burglary, property crime. It matters. And together we're making clear, if you want to talk about reducing crime and violence in America, you need to talk about guns in America. You just heard Kamala cite the statistics all Americans should be ashamed of. Guns are the number one, hard to believe, are the number one killer of children in America, more than any other cause. Accidents, more than any other cause. It's almost unbelievable to think it's sick. Last year, after another school shooting, my predecessor said, like some members of Congress said, just, quote, just get over it. I'm going to be very blunt. Secretary Vance of Ohio has called these shootings facts of life. Who the hell do these people think they are? Think about it. The only industry that is exempted by law from being investigated and being dealt with is the gun industry. Imagine had that be the case with the tobacco industry. What cancer would be like. I mean it sincerely. Think about this. This time last year, we stood in the Rose Garden and launched the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Look around the room, I see survivors, like our former magnificent congresswoman, who's always out there fighting. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You know, it's staffed by gun violence survivors and experts overseen by our incredible vice president. The purpose is to drive and coordinate the government in a nationwide effort to reduce gun violence in America. Over the past year, we made tremendous progress. More background checks required for firearms sold at gun shows online. New interagency response teams to support communities after mass shootings. And I've been to all but 3 mass shootings in the United States of America and spent time with surviving families, many of whom I see here in this audience. Because it's important to raise up what's happening. Most comprehensive federal guide ever on safe gun storage of firearms. First ever Surgeon General's advisory declaring gun violence to be a public health crisis. Parenthetically, as I travel the world with other world leaders, they ask, do you really have do you say you have a public health crisis with gun violence? Well, today I'm proud to announce a new executive order. That's going to do 2 additional things. First, the executive order will establish a new federal task force on emerging firearm threats. Previously, my administration took action to crack down on private manufacturers of firearms, including kits of so-called ghost guns. This is probably the only audience knows what ghost guns are.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't have to have a serial number. Guns don't have serial numbers. It's hard for them to track back to the shooter and hold them accountable when something happens. Today we're taking the next step. Our new task force will address 3D printed firearms. And for those listening, everybody in this room knows what that is. But they actually can produce a plastic firearm with a 3D printer. That, magnetometers can't detect these, or they don't have a serial number. This task force is also going to tackle machine gun conversion devices mentioned by the mayor. Devices that illegally turn semi-automatic weapons, including handguns, into fully automatic machine guns that can fire up to 20 bullets in 2 seconds. 20 in 2 seconds. These devices are already illegal under federal law and can be made on a 3D printer for just 40 cents in less than 30 minutes and sold for as little as $20. But local law enforcement in cities across the country tell me the streets are flooded with machine gun conversion devices. Isn't that right, Captain? Because the parts are small, cheap, and easy to make. The impact of these devices is devastating. Just this weekend, a machine gun conversion device was found at the scene of a mass shooting in Birmingham. I can tell you. Over 100 shell casings. 100 shell casings are found, including 4 killed and 18 injured. The community shattered. Enough. Within 90 days of our task force will send me a risk assessment and a strategy to address these emerging firearm threats. It's about sending a clear message. Don't worry about the babe, it's okay. Really. Sending a clear message to local law enforcement, the cities across the country. We're to help, and together we can save lives. Look, the second part of this executive order relates to active shooter drills in schools. You know, it's a good thing, but people don't, you all understand, many of you in here, but the psychological impact that has on a child. You know, I'm old enough, we used to have drills for, you know, duck and cover for nuclear devices. But guess what? Now we're talking about kids know what's happening. Yeah. Kamala just talked about the worry of parents and the stress and fear students have when they're told to participate in active shooter drills. The lack of guidance today on how to prepare students while minimizing the trauma of active shooter drills is unacceptable. So today I'm directing the members of my cabinet to return to me within 110 days with resources and information for schools to improve active shooter drills, minimize its harm, create age-appropriate content, and communicate with parents before and after these drills happen so they know what's going on. Folks, we just have to do better, and we can do better. But that's not all. Today, my administration is also announcing a whole series of new actions to address gun violence. We're releasing a new tool with resources to help schools communicate with parents about safety of storing firearms in their homes. And by the way, I, along with Diane Fines, the guy that passed the first assault weapons ban. And here's the deal. It was amazing. Amazing how many of those gun violence occurred with those when they were outlawed with these firearms were a consequence of a parent not being responsible with the guns they own. Or in a recent case, I won't get into it because it's under litigation, a parent who provided an assault weapon to a young child. It's been found that when school administrators communicate with parents about safe storage of firearms in their homes, it motivates parents to act. We're awarding $135 million on top of the $238 million we've already awarded last year to 48 states for crisis intervention. Including tools like red flag laws. I'm going to say, be very personal here. My son was Attorney General of the first state in the nation to institute that statewide. Temporarily removing firearms from those who are a danger to themselves and others. Yes, right. Well, it's important. We're awarding an additional $85 million to 30 community violence intervention programs on top of the $200 million we've already invested in these programs. As you all know, these local intervention programs stop shootings before they happen, utilizing trusted messengers, community members, leaders to work directly with people at risk or the most vulnerable to gun violence. And folks, all these new actions build on the historic steps we've already taken since I took office to address gun violence in America. Through the American Rescue Plan, which, by the way, not a single one of the opposition voted for, I don't say that politically. I say that to make sure people understand it's not costless to do that. Helped deliver more than $15 billion, the largest investment ever in public safety. Let me say it again. All our opponents voted against the largest funding ever in public safety. I also announced a dozen executive orders to reduce gun violence, more than any of my predecessors. And with your help, we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most significant gun violence in 30 years. And so many things because we had a first-rate prosecutor who had incredible experience dealing with these. Among many things is strengthened background checks for anyone under the age of 21 seeking to purchase a firearm. Since we implemented the background check system last year, we've kept almost 1,000 guns out of the hands of people under the age of 21. But folks, the law also invests over $1 billion, the largest one-time ever investment ever in seeking to deal with mental health issues in our schools. Help them deal with the grief and trauma of gun violence and other traumatic experiences. We spent a lot of time, didn't we, with those kids? Afraid to go back to school. Not an unusual thing to be concerned about if you've sat there and the kid sitting next to you at your desk gets shot and killed. My former Senate Deputy Chief of Staff is here with me today, Roger Harrison, sitting in the back there. He founded an organization that does outreach programs for middle and high school students dealing with mental health issues. And many others around the country doing similar things. We still have more to do. But the steps we've taken so far in reducing gun violence and saving lives are real. But we have to keep going. There's so much more we have to do. I think it's time to reinstate the assault weapons ban and high-capacity magazines. When I was a senator and I introduced the first effort to ban those weapons, I literally was walking through the swamps of the in southern Delaware, down in the area where the swamps and ridges are. There's a guy fishing. And he looked at me and he said, "Biden, what the hell are you going to take my gun for? What are you take my assault weapon?" He was fishing. And I said, "True story." And I said, "You need that?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "You must be one hell of a lousy shot." And I don't see a lot of deer running around here wearing Kevlar vests. So, well, that's not, why do you have it? Well, I hunt. You hunt like hell. Look, it's time we establish universal background checks. Universal. And require safe storage of firearms. I mean it. Start holding parents accountable for being negligent. By the way, if you pulled up here wherever you parked and left your key in your car, and a student steals the car and gets in an accident, you are held responsible. Why in the hell would not that be the case if you left a gun case open? I mean it. And I've been fighting for this. I'm going to continue after I leave this office. End immunity for the gun industry. End it, end it, end it. Look, folks, I taught constitutional law for years, constitutional law. Never was the Second Amendment meant to be absolute. Back when it was passed, you could not own a cannon. No, I'm not joking. People like the liberty of Americans is water with the blood of patriots. Like hell. I'm serious. Think about it. Think about it. It was never absolute. Never, 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 never. It's time we increase funding for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Another law enforcement agency to deal with crime and solve crimes faster. We get a lot of heat from the other guy. She get a lot of heat from the other guy talking about we're not helping. We're the ones funding cops. We're the ones funding these things. It's time to increase funding to help victims of crime and support community groups helping and hurting people hurting from gun violence. Unfortunately, my predecessor and a lot of congressional other people opposed all these steps to reduce gun violence. Instead, they tried to stop the crackdown on ghost gun kits, by the way. Well, that's a real big deal. I mean, we can't deny the Second Amendment right to, give me a break. If they got their way, criminals could traffic guns and commit crimes. Congressional opponents are trying to defund the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. There's an amendment to defund the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Bless me, Father, as we say in my church. They attack the FBI and want to abolish the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. By the way, that's written out, which is responsible for fighting gun crimes. Folks, you can't be pro-law enforcement and be anti-FBI and ATF. It's outrageous. Well, that's why we're here today. And why this is so important. We need your help in fighting and standing up to the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, the politicians who oppose common sense gun legislation. Because whether you're a Democrat or Republican or Independent, we all want our families to be safe. When we drop families off at the house of worship, or a child at a mall, or a movie theater, or a school, we don't have to worry about whether that's the last time we'll see them. I mean, think about it. Think about it. We all want our kids to have the freedom to learn how to read and write in schools instead of duck and cover. Let me close with this. I know how difficult this work is, particularly for someone who's been through the tragedies and consequences of it. But I also have no illusions about the champions and heroes in this fight, including all of you. I really don't. Look what you've already done. Look at the movie you built. Look at the elected officials standing alongside me and here today. Listen to the young people speaking out. That's the power of your loved ones and their memory. And that's the power of this movement. It's the power of America. We just have to keep going and have faith in who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I mean that. I swear to God, I know I look like I'm only 40, but I'm 100 years old. I've been around a long time. I really mean it. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We're the only nation in the world, as a student official, I can tell you, that's come out of every crisis stronger than when we went in. That's right. And we got to come out stronger now. Now I'm going to sign this executive order. Thank you. Thank you. All right. What I'm about to sign is combating emerging firearms threats and improving school-based active shooter drills. Never thought I'd have to sign something like this, but we do. We thank you.
Bravo.
Keep it going, boss. Thank you.
Please join me in our President and Vice President of House. Thank you.